17 checking. G26. First Data 28, January 24, expiration on a 99 Chevy truck registered to Cameron Morales, 14906 Grand Summit Boulevard, Class 4, 9420, no.
What? What hospital? Just go to the Indian hospital.
Open left front right door, please.
Police on 661.
Go ahead.
Prior to you catching a fit,
Vehicle
10-3. Accident officers en route.
4219 is.
Police on at Truck 7, Med 7, EMS. Bill subject. Side effects from dummies. 1244 Southwest Crossing Drive at 233.
We are unsure. I just advised they were en route to let you know.
J1B, please. Temple Woods, southbound, next to ramp, 2 Front Street. Missouri operator.
219, go ahead.
Last name Harmon, H. Henry, A. Adam, or Robert and Mary. Ocean and Nora, first name Ian. I. A. Adam and Nora. Middle C. Charles, 1999-0312. No, Missouri.
Subject is suspended. Stand by on 29.
Company 7 en route, EMS, ill subject, side effects from dummies. 1244 Southwest Crossing Drive at 236.
J1 times 10 out of Kansas City, electronically entered. 334 on the tonight.
250.
250. Medic 524, Corporate 23, 5224 East 12th Street, Apartment 2, breathing problems, A3. Medic 524, Corporate 23, 5224 East 12th Street, breathing problems, A3. update. 0 Northwest 70th Street, apartment 308. On a heart problem, A3. Please send at Puffer 4, automatic commercial alarm, Iron Mountain, 624 Northeast, Jones Industrial Drive, Unit F as in Frank. Covers loading, building Lincoln 2, 311.
Are you available for a phone transfer for somebody that works in one of the taxi booths, Peterson? Copy. Retard.
Puffer 4 en route, automatic commercial. This is Frank. Covers loading, building Oliver Lincoln 2, negative contact at 312. Squad 52, clear of the hospital and route to district. Squad 52, clear the hospital and route to headquarters. A24, should we clear? Medic 621, Squad 623, 8121 Northeast US 69 Highway. In main medical on an unconscious A3. Medic 621, Squad 623. It's going to be the Ford plant in main medical on an unconscious A3. Cover 27, 7701 Independence Avenue. Investigate a fire in the woods. A3. Cover 27, 7701 Independence Avenue. Unknown type fire. Possibly in the woods. A3.
We are. Yeah. I'm thinking it'll be pretty similar to what I did for yesterday, where I'll have, like in one of the shows, I'll have basically like a slightly longer soundbite thing, and then the rest of it will be post thoughts. Okay. Yeah, that should be good. Like, one of those hits, like, the VO will just be a little shorter, and then the SOTS will just be a little longer. Yeah. Yeah.
Information, Polk
I
County
can.
advises the occupants have walked to residence at 2380 Highway 215. One complaining of face pain, and the other, both are complaining of leg pain.
In the 6 o'clock for sure, and then also probably 5 as well.
So, second party is out. I see Charles expiring 29. That's Kansas City, Kansas.
Yeah.
Traffic.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that'll work well for that. The second hits will be both. I can keep them tighter. No problem.
That's number 4.
Number 4.
Access gain. Alarm panel showing a loading dock. No obvious hazards.
We might not need to use VO because where we're going, we might be able to just see it. But I'll have to just see what I'll send back some VO. That way we have it in there, and then I'll just let you know, like, on the spot, like, hey, just don't use the VO, just cut straight to SOT.
330.
Yeah. Yeah, where we're going, you should be able to see some damage, like, right behind us. Yeah, no problem. Oh, probably not very long. Probably here in a couple minutes. I'm just gonna, as soon as I hang up the phone, I'm gonna start putting things in news desk.
Assuming no command.
Okie doke.
Command 331.
Sweet. All right. Well, we will see you later. Okie doke. Bye. All right. Plan has been discussed.
Yeah, you know when people sit at the gas pumps, but yet they go in the store and then they hang out forever.
Yes. Kind of drives me crazy. So that's what they were doing. The hoodlums were hanging out.
Pretty much.
Did this happen last time? We hit like every red light on the way down.
Chad 14, that been
This is
for
Kansas City.
274 Dodge.
Do you think the song Kansas City Lights is about the street lights? It's about the traffic lights.
Copy.
Costs lots of money to figure out how to time lights, but obviously Kansas City never spent money on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure they figured it out.
Or they don't really have traffic lights in the city. They have what they call traffic collectors.
Yeah, see, that's brutal. Just that long wait time.
Well, I'm sat at intersections where all the lights are red. I look and I don't see a single green light. And I'm like, what's the light doing? There's no.
Yeah, it's not letting anyone by.
I guess the theory is while you're waiting at the light, you might notice a store you want to go into.
Yeah. That's it. That's the big trick.
You can tell I'm tired. I'm very cynical this morning.
Well, I think we're both tired of this drive. I certainly am.
If there was an alternative just to spice things up, the alternative will take you probably at least 30 minutes more driving time.
241, hostile correct.
Somehow I doubt it'll be all that spicy anyways.
Well, if you go east-west, I imagine on 54 it's kind of pretty, and then
this water bottle just back here.
On scene 334.
Well, I was sleepy yesterday.
Me too. I took a long nap and then I woke up. Yeah, just
I said if I should go into
I require a lot of sleep catch up after these last couple days.
Yeah, I was struggling to keep my eyes open while we were driving.
It's a
I had to
brutal
keep
drive.
stretching, and finally I ate all those chips, not because I was hungry, but because kept my mind and hands occupied.
Mm-hmm.
Dispatch from Red 7.
Red 7.
Red 7, transporting 17 East.
Red 7, St. Luke's East 335.
You drive around anytime close to the witching hour, you have to not take for granted that you have a green light.
Yeah, that's true. 'Cause you'll be like them and you're just stuck with no traffic back and forth, just stuck.
Well, no, you have to keep your eyes open
Yeah.
on your intersections.
No fan.
Be ready to stop if it looks like somebody is not respecting the law, because
Yeah. That's also pretty common.
especially
Transfer needed. Cover 1, unavailable
yeah,
staffing.
not the
Follow
brightest people in the world.
336.
They've been drinking,
Yeah.
but any time of the day, during the day, there's this new trend where people just don't. Lights are not for them.
It's a surprising number of people who do that.
Yeah. Like if I'm stuck at a light and it's taking too long, thinking the light might be broken, which is also pretty
Thank you
common
for
in the
using
city.
our phone verification.
Broken ones.
Your
Yeah.
code is 4
Yeah,
6
I'll
8 2 1.
look all ways,
Once
turn my
again,
flashers
your
on, and
code-
go through the intersection slowly. Especially with the streetcar work, it's been
Yeah, it's true.
tearing up the, I guess, the magnetic sensors,
So now they just don't have any sensors on them.
disconnecting the lights from their sensors, so there's nothing to tell the light that there's a car there to change.
Tulsa. There's just nothing going on. It was a brutal drive too,
Tulsa from where?
from Kansas City or from Topeka. Either way, you kind of link back up to the same roads, but it's just, there is a little bit of highway, but then it converts back over to, it's just boring roads.
Yeah. I don't mind U.S. routes so much because every so often it gets broken up by passing through the middle of the town.
Mm-hmm. This one's pretty dull.
Medic 505, 3715 Vale. Chastain 84.
Dispatch, School Parkway Plan.
15 Parkway
This
Command.
one has never been exciting, even as a U.S. highway.
No.
Terminator truck 3 available 340.
And now it's an interstate.
Med 3.
Transporting.
Transporting St. Louis 340.
I wonder if this is going to the Loves down in Harrisonville.
I don't know. I don't know where Love's gets their fuel from.
Looks like they have vertical integration on that part. Their own fuel trucks.
Yeah, it's true.
So does Quick Trip.
I was gonna say Quick Trip and Love's both have theirs. I don't know if I've ever seen like a Phillips 66 truck.
Sapp Brothers does. I know that because they have on the back of their truck they have a big cup of coffee, and they imply that the truck is full of coffee.
I do like that, yeah.
Medic 506, number 6, 4301 Northeast Carmen Road.
Back to 1%, what this time?
Reggie.
Taxi, Center Point 342.
4301 Northeast Carmen Road, room 15EZA. I am Reggie.
Can you imagine being a trucker whose job is to
Just do that all I can't imagine that.
I mean, if you're a trucker and you drive different routes, it's fine, but I know there's a lot of truckers who drive the same routes every day.
I don't get how someone, you have to have a special ability to keep your body awake and your mind off.
Yeah. A friend from St. Louis who drove for J.B. Hunt for a long time.
It's not an
Was
enviable
at war
job.
with his dispatchers. They were always wanting to shortchange their drivers by making them go to their delivery point and then unloading the truck or loading the truck. They're being nice to the shippers, horrible to the drivers because all that labor is you only get paid by the mile. So essentially you're working for free. So he would, he told his dispatchers, I absolutely will not load or unload. If you send me to a terminal and it's not loaded, I'll drive off until they load it for me. So his dispatchers would get mad at him because he wouldn't, he stood his ground. So what they would do is they would send him to a really remote location and then let him sit there for a week. Away from home, can't do anything.
Yeah, that
So he
sucks.
strapped a bike to the back of his cab and said, well, Well, it doesn't matter where they send me. I have all these maps and everything, and I can find all these bike trails, and I can go exploring. And sometimes they would call me up, or they couldn't get a hold of me, and I'd be like, well, that's fine. And I'd just make him so mad that they weren't getting to him. They weren't punishing him. That he was actually figuring out a way to make it a rewarding experience.
I'm not envious of that culture.
No.
Nothing about it sounds good.
Well, a lot of the shippers are like, you have to, when you go to pick up or drop off, you have to have an appointment. And a lot of times they'll make their appointments very inconvenient for the trucker, or at a very narrow window. So like if you don't make your appointment window, which is like very small, then you have to wait another day, and that's a day of not making any money. Or there was one I was watching on YouTube. They go to pick up, and of course they're waiting to get loaded, and the appointment window shuts, which means that the gates are locked, and they can't even get out of the lot, so they can't even go like hang out somewhere or do anything. They just sat in the truck all night waiting for the gates to unlock. And it's just stupid stuff like that. Just how mean people can be to each other.
It just seems stupid and like somehow like unprofessional, even though it's a profession that's been around for literally decades. So you would think by now you'd have like the professionalism, like there'd be at the very least a culture, and not a bad one.
Like a lot of the when I have the Navion worked on it, it's a Sprinter van. The only place I can find to have it that would work on it. Freightliner up north. And so I'm sitting there listening to the truckers talk about what they do every day, and a lot of them are complaining about the trucks, saying that the governors are on the engines are set too low, so they can't even get up to the speed limit half the time. That's why when you're driving next to a truck and you're going downhill, they're zooming downhill, and then when they hit the uphill part, they're trying to get the momentum up so they really get pissed off at us when we're in front of them and going too slow or something like that. They can't use that momentum to get up the hill. Or my friend was telling me too that the trucking companies were yelling at their drivers not to idle their engines at all. That when they get somewhere and stop, they need to turn their engines off. And he was like, but if you're making us sleep in the cab overnight and it's wintertime and the engine is off, we could freeze to death. It never dawned on me. Then they started putting generators in the trucks so that they could have at least some heat. Because the trucking companies also didn't want to spring for hotel rooms.
Yeah.
Getting the kids to school.
Boy, that sounds good.
Yeah.
We didn't have any. Waking up somewhere different, and we gotta get breakfast figured out, lunch figured out, and do all of that from somewhere else. It's like somewhere else in the middle of the week. It's just a deal. Somewhere else in the middle of the week.
I'm fine.
Waking up somewhere different, and we gotta get breakfast figured out, lunch figured out,
Got that little thing assembled. I'm doing like what I did yesterday, where I had like a VOSOT kind of version, and then like almost like a mini pack kind of version.
Over 3 campers from over 3 down.
Getting the kids to school, waking up somewhere different, and we gotta get breakfast figured out, lunch figured out,
Here, bumper car.
and do all of that from somewhere else in the middle of the week. And just the trash. You gotta find figured out, lunch figured out.
Hill 4 Road is good.
Your panel is trying to reach you.
Wood 4.
That's the nerve nuclear.
Is that my video?
Mm-hmm.
Is that my video?
Yeah.
Hill 4 camping got a PD is on scene. They're
Yes,
in the building
indeed.
looking for you now.
Pretty handy. You have that
Copy, they're on outside.
40% punch in.
It is nice. I've used it a couple times.
You can sort of stand back from something, get a kind of a close-up shot, and not have that wobble that you get when you get too close to something.
Mm-hmm.
The gimbal. I am left without my phone. And it's like, oh, I need to get my phone so I can use the Vimo app. And then somehow they started working
Quiz figured
where
out,
I
lunch
couldn't get
figured
around
out.
them. I'm like, here's my phone.
Breakfast figured out, lunch figured out, and just the trash. You gotta find it, and then
Boring drive, and we take it at night.
Yeah, the fact that we're driving when we're driving is bad.
41 and Medic 515. It's going to be 69 highway and 435 on a traffic accident, East Train. Squad 623.
West hallway door. 110-10-17 checking.
The city was already out here clearing the trees out of the yard.
Temper break 130-10-17 checking.
Heading 35. That's going to be Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and Prospect. Page for the police on an unknown problem 84. Heading 35. MLK and Prospect. Page for the police on an unknown problem 84.
Temper break 140-10-17 checking.
I'm sure police love getting that call. Unknown problem.
Well,
Break 150-10-17 checking.
I figured out what an unknown problem is. I actually went out to see what they meant by unknown. It's usually a houseless person doing something crazy.
The city was already out here
Yeah,
clearing
that's
the trees out of the yard.
kind of what I figured it would be.
Cover 4.
One morning I heard one, and it
The city was already out here clearing.
unknown problem. First responders have been
Dude, the
injured.
city was already.
So I went on that one. There was a houseless guy who called the ambulance on himself, but when they got there, he started being
nice to know that like we basically can always get
Yeah.
whatever we need.
And then, you know, my thing, keeping to the pocket theme, that you can actually edit everything, put it all together on your phone if you had nothing else, and then send it back anyway. You know, either Dropbox or we're not allowed to use
We transfer, even though I like it
transfer.
too.
But you know, if you're out in the middle of nowhere and you have just enough internet on your phone, you can send it via WeTransfer too, if you're not sending it directly to your station.
Yeah.
Like if you're sending it to somebody, and usually they might give you a Dropbox address, but a lot of times it's very problematic because, you know, some IT person has gotten in the mix and made everything complicated for security purposes, which is why they don't want us to use WeTransfer. But, you know, essentially, if you're like on vacation, you know, something big happens where you are, you can do everything, send it back. Just a few things you can carry on your person without breaking your back,
Yeah.
which you wouldn't be carrying all this heavy stuff on your vacation anyway. Most people, they would not, all they would have is their iPhone, so.
That's about all I would really need for most things.
Although I tell you, and they're only, what, $59, $60? You get one of those mic minis. They're easy enough to carry around too.
What are those?
That little mini mic that I have.
Oh, yeah,
little
yeah, yeah.
Bluetooth thing. Because you can use it with your iPhone.
108 Company is 10408 North Congress for a traffic accident. 83. Rescue 1 doing 108 Company's on scene.
Although one thing that kind of frustrates me with the iPhone is like the built-in camera app doesn't want to find external sources, and there doesn't seem to be any good way of like telling it to do that.
942.
So then I use the Blackmagic camera app, and then
Police are on scene for a psychiatric report.
it doesn't like something about the Mic Mini, the attenuation or something is.
Until
Police
that's
are on scene for a psychiatric
Of
report.
course, you know, Blackmagic has been IT'd to death too.
normal until that's cleaned up.
Alright, I'm gonna play this on loud volume so I can hear. This should be done. I might need to adjust the levels a little bit though, but
What's the first thing on your mind?
Getting the kids to school, waking up somewhere different, and we gotta get breakfast figured out, lunch figured out, and just the trash. You gotta find it and then figure out what to do with it. The city was already out.
make sure I'm not repeating the shot. Same shot.
Nice fade
Nope,
in
it is a
the
different
audio.
shot.
Just the trash. You gotta find it and then figure out what to do with it. The city was already out here clearing the trees out of the yard.
How long do you imagine it's going to take feeling normal again?
I don't know. Look, we've been here for 12 years, and this is they've always kept it really beautiful over there, and it won't be normal until that's cleaned up.
Yeah, this is about what I want. Yeah. trying to think of ways, you know, like, all right, well,
Nice fade in and fade out of the audio.
shit, that, yeah, just a couple nats, you know.
Yeah, there's people who, like, when they do the nat sound pop, they just cut.
Oh,
my
God, no way. Yeah,
Cut in, cut out.
I fade in, fade out every time. Unless it's like,
Yeah.
well, there's really no, even if it's something that I want to pop, you just,
You can have a little bit of audio
yeah,
underneath.
jolty audio is just, ugh, no good.
Yeah, they call that upcut.
Upcut, like when it just like
When
jolts
it's-
like that.
Yeah. Or like, you know, when you have a sound bite and it just pops in suddenly.
It's true.
So a lot of times when I have a sound bite, I'll have I'll extend out the thing just a little bit, fade in the sound bite as well.
Dispatch Main Street
You
Command.
should get there like right with enough
Main
time.
Street Command.
Barely.
That's the local.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
I can look that up real quick.
Copy. Incident stabilized. Package E1 for St. Mary's.
Stabilized package St. Mary's 420. 35, you've been canceled by PD.
I didn't end up using the kid. I really wanted to, but I just...
Service first.
The thing that she said, I was like, I appreciate that you have seen that and have observed that, but like, that seems like a generalization that I don't know if I want to make. She was like, all the houses that no one lived in got damaged, and the ones that people lived in didn't get damaged. And I was like, I think that's largely true, but I don't want some asshole to be like, well, that didn't happen to me. You know what I mean?
Control room.
Just-
Or maybe,
And it's her saying
maybe
it,
it's
but
more noticeable to her because the ones that aren't lived in,
she doesn't live near it. Yeah.
well, the ones that aren't lived in, nobody's coming out in a hurry to
Yeah.
clear off and fix. So to her eyes, it looks like the ones that are not lived in.
29, 3421 East
Yeah,
59th Street.
Could have definitely been, perception bias.
Yeah, not necessarily true.
3421 East 59th Street. Apartment 113. On a fall, A4.
Go ahead.
People maybe don't get a sense of is how much too many things go into legal maybe it would
Getting the kids to school. Waking up somewhere different and waking up somewhere different.
Returning. Returning 424.
Their little
Waking
travel
up
trailers
somewhere
that look like
different
it was
and
touched.
What little travel trailer?
They have a travel trailer in the driveway. Not that little. It's a double axle. Those are pretty heavy, actually. Especially the older ones.
Waking up somewhere different. Waking up somewhere different, and we gotta get breakfast figured out, lunch figured out,
Okay, you got the VO cut, and then just the last saw.
Dispatch Main Street Command. Main Street Command. Advance terminated, engine 3 is available, Med 3 transporting 1
I don't know. Look,
Trans terminated, engine 3 available, Med 3 transporting St. Mary's.
I don't know. Look, we've been here for 12. I don't know. Look, we've been here for 12 years, and this is they've always kept it really beautiful over there, and it won't be normal until that's cleaned up.
Cool. All right. All three of those elements there. Oh, I never really finished my thought. We're not discouraged from doing packages, right?
Yeah.
But if we are told we're in the show 4 times and they're not going to play a package for it, like there is a sort of, because there is a sort of push to not do it. Like, it's not like anyone's directly telling us that, and I'm sure Jamie and Lauren would disagree. But like the pacing of the morning show and the repeatedness, like a package doesn't really always work. It does work sometimes, but it doesn't always work for like stuff like this. So then why not do something in between? You know what I mean? Like, this is what's great about this, is we're able to essentially get, the gnats and the multiple sound bites that you would get from a package.
Oh.
I think I'm going to try and start doing that more for...
You're talking about
like this little mini pack that I do.
What I would call a sound with video over.
Yeah, little, almost
multiple sound bites, no narration.
Kind of just a
you
NAT
have
package.
video. Yeah, it's sort of like a NAT package, but they're much easier to put together, and you can pack a lot of information.
Yeah.
In a small amount of time, like a minute or less. SVO should be right around a minute or even less.
Yeah, this one's 46 second. Yesterday was 36.
It is a beautiful way of really getting a lot of information across. And they talking like our theme is our branding is the voices of people.
Mm-hmm.
And that's essentially it. Is you're not cutting in or butting in with your own thoughts or anything. You're just allowing the person to tell the story.
Yep.
And just essentially just covering up all the jump cuts with video.
Pretty much it, yeah.
And then, like you say, there's always enough time in there, or in the pacing of it, you can put, there's like if they have a couple of seconds where they pause or something, or whatever, a natural pause, you can put some that sound in there and help lead the viewer into the story. Put them in the heart of it. When I was doing my art blog, which I still sort of do, but it's more or less evolved into a
we're outside of town.
Yeah.
It's still going.
Here, 2 County, you're at Fort Adams, 31 ready.
There it is. This is how I end up spilling leftover tomato soup in my car.
Come on, one of them.
When I get the heartburn going, a lot of times the only thing I have that really kind of soothes it is ice water.
Ice water will help. Just something to like dilute the acidity of your what's
Yeah.
ever in there.
But yeah, I like the SEO format because
Not a lot of people do it. I don't really get
hardly
why.
anybody, and nobody calls it that either.
I'd never heard of SVO.
I have a little bias in that because my blog is called Svoboda. So SEO is the first 3 letters of the name. But people should do it more, as in like all the time. Instead of just, and I think if we did throw a lot of those into a newscast, people at the end of it would kind of feel like satisfied, like they got their fill of information without over explanation. You know what I mean? Like sometimes we just go into the nuts and bolts and blah 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 blah, and people just become numb to like all the information they're bombarded with.
Yeah.
But if you get somebody to tell it from their perspective, then you have their emotion and
Lots more opportunity for emotion is a good way to think of it.
they're talking about it in much simpler terms that people can understand and identify with. And it really doesn't take long to put them together. Actually,
I mean, I did this whole thing in like an hour.
yeah.
You know, I didn't have anything written. I had it logged, but I didn't read. I wrote this and then
Essentially an SEO and a LOSOT or 2 LOSOTs.
yeah. I mean, the way I just soundbite, nat, soundbite, nat, soundbite. Now, I think that really helps these packages flow. And this is just something that I've been doing for a long time. I'm not good at it, but I will try, and I'm usually successful at a question that I ask will end up in the package.
Yeah.
And I'll just have, so that way I don't have to track anything.
Yeah.
I just,
Yeah, you can do that too.
it's just a way, like today, that's what worked, and the audio was a little questionable on me asking the questions.
Well, if you need to, like I say, with my my pocket, I have the 2 mics that I was carrying.
I thought about doing that, but we were just running and gunning so fast with that one. Because I know they were like getting ready for school. And I was like, fuck, we gotta get them.
The other thing that I always would do is I'd usually only ask about 3 questions.
Yep.
And in 3 questions, usually you can get the whole
Medic
everything
42 to Children's.
without
Well,
having to log through too much garbage. I know if you want to go more in depth, then having a lot of the garbage is preferable.
Copy, 435.
let me get into the rundown here, and this will help us identify. I'm assuming we're pretty close to the top.
Well, I was sort of getting the feeling that we weren't going to be right
Yeah, the priest killed, and then weather.
What
and
priest
then
was killed?
some priest in Seneca,
Oh.
Seneca, Kansas.
For what
Killed by a
reason?
man at Tulsa, actually. I don't know. I didn't. I saw the headlines or the push alerts come in last night. I didn't click on them, so I don't know what the deal actually was. But they already arrested a guy in relation to it, which just seems to have happened pretty damn fast. But yeah, it looks like 02. Looks like our next one's like basically right 30 minutes later, 32.
Some things we should probably think about figuring out. You know, the DJI is really good about the live streaming.
Like just being able to connect through and then live streaming.
Yeah. And there could come a time when, well, there already has been times when we go out live and our equipment isn't working.
Call 106, number 19,
Something gets forgotten or
truck 7,
whatever.
3906, Baltimore, commercial alarm 84.
And
Call 106, number 19, truck 7.
so we should have set up at the
3906,
station
Baltimore. Thank you.
what's called an RTMP.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I mean, you know, if our equipment was to break, there was no other way. I could upload to YouTube, or I could use something else. Most probably be YouTube, and just tell them where it is. It's usually really fast, especially if you have like real short, like you're just doing an intro and an outro.
Mm-hmm.
But it'd be more preferred to use our own in-house stuff, like sending RTMP or whatever. Of course, you know, I'm just thinking it would be a shade faster, not necessarily the only way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, we could shoot our intro and outro and then
Car
put it on,
106 company, you can
send it
stand
to
down remaining
Dropbox.
orders canceled by the alarm company.
Call 106 in companies, stand down, remaining quarters, your call's been canceled.
Dispatch, Ford Engine 3. Ford Engine 3. In quarters. In quarters, 439.
My reception's getting squirrely. I keep, saving things in the rundown, and then I click on it, and it hasn't populated back in there.
Yeah.
I think it needs to talk to iNews, and then iNews needs. I think this needs to be something that happens here that I gotta wait for.
Well, you can start being like criticism of iNews.
Oh,
Of course, a lot of that is security. It's not necessarily iNews' fault.
45.
It's kind of our own IT team's fault.
When in the late 90s, we were converting over from an XP-based system to iNews.
Yeah.
I looked at it and I was like, this is an incomplete system. It's like half of what it was intended to do. What it seemed like it was intended to do is like you could write your script, but also it would put in there where you can put your video and everything. It was intended to be a complete system,
Yeah.
and it never seemed to be finished. And I remember back in the late 90s, early 2000s, Apple tried to get into the high-end video game where they would have video server systems, all Apple Mac based, and that was pretty exciting. But then, nobody wanted to spend the amount of money that Apple wanted them to pay, so that went out. They went out of that business. But I was like, oh man, if Apple really got into the whole system,
Yeah.
like everything,
631 grand on a
your
dumpster
station
fire,
would be Apple based,
Number
like
25,
from editing all the way. I mean, you could edit,
on a dumpster
and
fire,
it would automatically put it in where it needs to go in the rundown. All you have to do is just find it, call it. It would have been beautiful and seamless. Channel 4, when they first went digital, it was a whole rack of PCs, and it was essentially put together in somebody's garage, the whole system. And it wasn't like one thing did not work well with all the other things, and it was just a cobbled together garbage, basically. I mean, I appreciate the effort that went into it, the way that it was cobbled together. I mean, you cobble things together when you don't have any money. Go with the cheapest options. But still, I mean, it was still just piecemeal and lots of issues with it.
Copy, 445.
Okay, got everything pretty much all written. I'm gonna wait till we get to Nevada proper to start copying things over, and I'm gonna let iNews think about it for a little bit.
445.
I left my coat in your car yesterday,
Yeah, I noticed.
and I was like, oh shoot, that sucks. But I was like, oh well, I guess we're going right back out today.
Yeah, I had the same thought. I was like, oh, whose coat is
I
that?
thought about texting you. I was like, well, I'll just see it.
Yeah, like, well, it'll be here when.
Yeah. It's waiting for me. I was gonna do that thing. I was gonna wash it in the waterproofing stuff. Cause you know how my coat really does this. I didn't really notice it on yours, but it has a waterproof membrane in it, right? Like a breathable waterproof membrane.
Yeah, I need to wash mine again.
Yeah, I bought some stuff for it that'll help, but the coating, the durable, what do they call that? DWR, durable water resistant, or something like that. Whatever they call that film that's on the outside of all of those breathable jackets that prevents the water from beating up and then getting that. Let me explain it. I'm tripping over my thoughts here.
I think I know what you mean.
Basically, the way I understand it is all of these Gore-Tex and like this membrane that we have in these jackets, because it has some old special brand, they do breathe, but if they get waterlogged, then you'll start feeling it you'll start feeling the wet. So what they do is, to prevent it from getting waterlogged, they coat it with that DWR, which makes the water just beat up and roll right off. So you both have the membrane, which does its job, and the DWR. And if you lose one of them, it'll still work until you get saturated. And then once you're saturated, you're done. And mine has been saturated, and that DWR is long gone. So I was out in the rain yesterday. It was fine, but you notice it's soaking in. And eventually that'll soak through to your clothes, even if there's a membrane, because if there's enough water, it's just going to do that. So you got to recoat it. And I'm going to try and see if that works well. So I have coats like that where they're just not as waterproof as they used to be. You know, they still do the job, so I still wear it, but
I'm still thinking about a light jacket for like traveling mostly.
Yeah.
You know, last year we went to England, and of course, you're either too heavy and too thick or too light.
it's true. And these combo jackets are really nice, where you can unzip and then keep the shell away.
Dispatch, Fort Metry.
This year we're going to Asia in the summer, and it's
Fort Metry.
you know, the Philippines are just hot, really hot.
Yeah.
But there's still times when, you know, in addition to it being hot, it can also get very wet. So it'd be nice to have a light raincoat kind of thing that also acts as a jacket.
Yeah.
But that and a hoodie, you know, because you're not going to wear the hoodie at all in the Philippines.
Yeah.
And it's never going to get cold enough that you're going to want it. But there are certain times when, like when you're on a plane, and they give you that tiny little thin blanket, and it's just not enough because, you know, sometimes the air on the plane can be too cold.
Yeah.
No matter where you go. When you sleep in the middle of the night, you're cold. So, you know, if you have a hoodie, then that helps.
Definitely.
Produce 449.
And I don't know which airports we're going through, but it's like, generally it's LAX, and I hate LAX with a passion.
Really? Why?
It's one of the worst airports in the world.
I can't remember if I'm sure I've been through it, but I just don't remember it at all.
I've had bad experiences in LAX. San Francisco is nicer, but still, you know, American airports versus the world.
I wish you would have told me I was walking the wrong way. I parked in front of the
A lot of our airports are terrible.
I just wondered because I came out here and didn't see your
Some of
car.
the best airports in the world are in Asia. You know, completely different culture, different language and everything, and yet almost everyone in the world can find their way around Asian airports. I mean, you know, we have like our English imperialism going, or we expect English to be everywhere, but
Yeah.
pretty much in Asia, English is like the language everybody
Avenue, stage for the police on
It's
an
foggy.
unknown problem main 3. Medic 510
It's like there's a big
3201
truck stop
Independence
on the
Avenue on an
south side of
unknown
town.
problem main 3.
Is that a key? It's not foggy. It's drizzly. Oh Lord.
Oh, is it raining?
Yeah, it's drizzling.
You're just SOL with this whole place.
Alright, we're going.
Go
This way.
left here.
Left.
Yeah. We'll approach from the back, kind of like we did yesterday. Like when we went around that
I
loop.
need to exit out of this.
Yeah.
Because it's going to confuse me. Oh, this is much better.
Yeah.
I got my breadcrumbs.
There you go. Okay, take a left here.
We're the only ones moving around here. Imagine that.
Yep.
Medic 4 3205 Northwest 50th Terrace, Abdominal Pain A3. Medic 4
Seems to be a cloud over this
3205
town.
Northwest 50th Terrace,
Something.
Abdominal Pain A3.
So keep following along with this. Here in a little bit, we'll take a left, but it's about quarter mile.
Wonder how the 54 Cafe is. Probably the world's worst coffee.
Guess we can find out. Alright, not here.
Dispatch 205.
It looks like we can turn left here, like right on these other side of these buildings. Yeah, on this street here.
I completed unlock in the south gate. I'll be on vehicle control.
Yep. Go back down in that way. Yep. This is taking us down like a weird little alleyway, maybe even. Okay, take a right here.
Oops. That did not sound healthy.
I don't know, what was that?
I don't know.
And then another left right
What's
here.
that nail?
Left right here. And then we should just, on the other side of this, we should just end up.
Left here. Say left right here. It's confusing.
Big tank. It looks like a milk jug thing.
Yeah, it looks like an antique. So you want this house here?
We can just focus on all the debris right here. So if you just pull forward a little bit, we can just get out here and just show this stuff right here, like literally right in front of us.
Sure you don't want to show that. Because that's the house they're
Yeah,
talking about.
this will work. Oh, kitty. It's straight ahead.
I don't want to run over.
No, you're good. It's further away. All right, let's get out and unpack before they start worrying.
We got debris.
Howdy. I did not know we had live pics at the top of the show, but probably. I mean, we're gonna boot on like right now. We're getting our lights set up. So
Our headlights.
316, return quarters. Residential burglar alarm.
no. Let's just tag out straight. Okay, doke. That sounds fine. Cool. No problem. Bye. You said we were live 4?
County, did you call me back?
1041.
697, 457 should be there.
I'll show you clear from your car, stop en route. 457. What is your disposition?
Good morning.
Drive how you clear with morning. 714 able to get you around. 457. Call came in from the alarm company. This is a triple play alarm. Said it came from my guest bedroom. It's a blast break. Down 28. The alarm company left the window to the key holder. I'm at 10 now.
So, do you want me to use spare or the other one?
There.
I think they want a live pick right off the show.
Nobody's answering the phone.
Sky Center, you're up and you're good to go.
Okay, great. Thank you.
No problem, bye.
bye-bye to tornado damage for at least this week. Maybe we'll be back out here Monday.
Yeah, I hope not. I don't think so.
You know, unfortunately, that would mean they probably found somebody.
You know what I
in the
mean?
rubble.
Yeah. We gone. There's their house.
Yeah.
Got the power on, got the flag out, and got the trees all cleared. It's looking good up there, over there. I think that road will take us kind of nearby it. When we were pulling up this morning, we were driving on this road and it was dark. I was thinking to myself, I don't remember this at all.
I was afraid to walk under that sign over there
Yeah.
yesterday. I was like, that could fall at any moment. White Grill got lucky in the way that thing is bent.
And then look at Go Car Wash, just like doing totally fine.
Except all their lights are off.
They were on yesterday.
Yeah. And Nevada Inn, it's doing better because it's getting all this business.
Mm-hmm. Nevada Inn's probably loving it.
Nevada Inn looks like an old court motel. They had the separate cabins.
Yep.
Better turn my brights off. This light's still blinking.
I'm not even sure if it was on yesterday. The signs have been flipped up. The like right turn only or whatever.
So now it's saying left turn only.
Just looking up at the sky, ain't saying much of nothing. That trailer looks like that was burned down before the storm.
Oops. Where's our road? Good Lord. They're trying to.
This is weird.
Yeah.
Google Maps in Nevada has just been doing some weird stuff for us today.
Here's an old road.
Yeah.
This is kind of wonky. Drive through the ditch.
Wonder what that is. Casa Azteca. I bet that is some sort of vaguely Hispanic Mexican restaurant.
Possibly. This old gas station.
Is that what that is?
Yep.
This and that.
I can
This
see
or that.
where the pump island is.
Yeah.
Back in the day when
That is a tall roof.
it's probably an old Phillips 66.
Some old railroad bridges. Kind of a cool little bridge. It's wide. A lot of rails on it.
It's bigger than it looks in person.
It looks good.
Are you gonna wear your?
No, I'm taking all that way. I don't like looking branded when
No, not when you're trying to eat.
No, I just want to blend in and
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to have a conversation
Oh, I
with
love
someone.
that
Oh, the
sign.
storm, blah blah blah. I know this is what I noticed. Well, let's see if they got a space for us. Well, probably should take my laptop off the dash, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna go in surreptitiously, but I'm going to.
Well, but you don't look like you work for a TV station. You look like you work for anyone.
Even when I'm blogging, you don't want to be too obvious because sometimes people get really hanky about it, like you're personally following them around for some reason, and then you get all weirded and paranoid out because you're like, should I be aware of you? Why are you so worried about whether somebody's taking your picture?
Yeah. White Grill may not have space.
I see space. I see stools up there.
Oh
There's a
yeah, I
lunch
see
counter.
those ones.
And let's see. Don't make a liar out of me. Watch. There it is.
What about it?
You found the phone
There it goes.
immediately. That's what I love about this thing.
Oh,
Well,
boy.
with the phone, some of my devices, and then this. I'm really starting to like to wear collared shirts, like these polos, because then
You can clip them on easy.
you can clip it on, and it looks like part of the shirt.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to be sneaky. I'm not trying to like hide. I just don't want to draw attention.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I get that.
Hey, how you doing? It's been a long week of driving, and I'm trying a new old camera. This one right here is actually the kids' phone, and I've decided I'm going to bring the kids' phone in the morning for the extra radar camera capability, and keep it away from the kids in the morning because it's become a big distraction, and you know, the old video game screen addiction has kicked in with a couple of the kids, and their grades are dropping, so we'll have it for them in the afternoon, evening, when we can watch it better. But in the mornings, it's been a source of consternation for the missus trying to get the kids out of the house, and one of them has decided to sneak some time on the phone, and they fight over it a lot anyway. They're real good accountants when it comes to this this device. So I'm giving it a try. Hopefully I don't have any lip flap because I turned off the stabilization on this camera. Don't need it when it's mounted on the dash. And yeah, we'll see how it works. But yeah, we'll switch over to radar view here. And I have my triple pane, which is the big reason why I want it. My work phone is terrible. It will not send anything through the HDMI. I would like to replace it with a upgraded, more capable phone, but I don't know if that's any kind of justification for the money they might spend. So yeah, I got this one. See how it works. Anyway, it is time for coffee. I had a grub already at the White Grill, which was really good, and now it's time for coffee. I don't know if I need grub.
Copy, bus 6, we'll be around momentarily. Where's your road? So that's it. Can you repeat last trip? Upper 40 in service.
Upper 40 in service.
939 quarters.
10-4, 1052-004302, repeating 004302. Can you advise the 28?
17 in.
39 and quarters.
263, ladies and gentlemen, 1050. 263. 10-4. It's Kansas Tag, 6801 Adam, Georgia. I'm on a 2012 Honda Civic.
Thank you, 692, 1018.
1019.
True Bridge Play. 1344. 10-4.
I'll be around to a 1050 J1 involving a mail carrier vehicle. It'll be on Block Valley Road at Lakeview Avenue.
3505, 2711, Wabash Avenue, apartment 305. EPD on.
2733. 10-4-263, True Big Clear.
On the site, 83-9505, 2711, Wabash Avenue, apartment 305, BPD on scene. On the site, K3.
10-24.
1344.
409 ticket. Police on 1170. 10-15, with good 6 from the Jackson County Jail. Copy knowledge. Jackson, North County.
10-4, go ahead.
The information that relay just got into Troop D into Webster County. We'll advise you when it's northbound on 13. What is that? Should be clear.
10-4.
5, TQ87. It's mid-6.
On the radio, I didn't see it, but you must not have heard me. But yeah, I figured you'd figure something out.
552 Annual Station 7 for graduation ceremony.
Your status?
6 service and quarters. And can you have cancer respond, fire respond, non-emergency down here at Cracker Barrel, got a driver, maybe you won't be transported or looked at?
I can back pass. We can,
Hey, look, I'm gonna drive the Jeep. We'll keep up the official show up there.
That's 57. It's rolling out.
10-4, I figured you'd get it out. I'll on you.
10-4. 11-4-5. 10-7.
1345.
10-4. Trigger there. Truck 13 dispatch, are you calling us?
Truck 13, I don't believe so. Yeah, Truck 13, I don't believe so. I've asked, nobody said that they were trying to get in contact with you.
Okay, sounds good. 17 reporter.
17 reporter.
Medic 30, 72nd in Cleveland on a state person 84. Medic 30, 72nd Street in Cleveland Avenue on a state person 84.
Please have a 343. Go ahead. Well, what's your injury status? That's what they table.
Alright, AOR 314, 314, engine route emergent 13009 East 43rd Terrace South. 13009 East 43 Terrace South. The order response 70-year-old female in AFib.
5-3, service non-injured.
900.
I'll be on scene at 228 Kennedy.
503, showing no injury.
On the scene, 1345.
24 response.
Okay, we'll go left on Southwest Trafficway here, and we'll follow that I-35 south, and then we'll take 635 north. That'll get us. No, that won't work.
24.
Okay.
10-4, Medic 4, Northwest Prairie View, Northwest 112. Traumatic injury, DPD on scene A3. Medic 4, Northwest Prairie View and Northwest 112 on a traumatic injury, A3.
Robinson today. 515 in service.
507 in quarters.
Please hold attention, Trooper Officer, special attention, Ray and Clay County cars, CNA driver, westbound 10 from Tree Farm Road in Ray County, westbound 10 from Tree Farm Road, road approximately 5 minutes ago. Black Chevrolet truck, unknown Iowa registration, due to traffic, at passes, authority Troop A, 1347, Troop A clear. Please hold attention, Trooper Officer, special attention, Ray and Clay County cars, CNA driver, westbound 10 from Tree Farm Road in Ray County, westbound 10 from Tree Farm Road, road approximately 5 minutes ago. Black Chevrolet truck, unknown Iowa registration, due to traffic, at passes, authority Troop A, 1347, Troop A clear.
507 reporter.
We've got to get west of 635, because 57 comes up right after that. So let me think here a minute, we'll figure it out.
Truck, or bumper, 8 quarters.
Bumper 8 quarters.
409 ticket.
Medic 9, we're in next time at the hospital.
409.
Spot 51 in service quarters.
Medic 510, 1101 Walnut Street, stage for PD on an overdose. A3, Medic 510, 1101 Walnut Street, stage for PD on an overdose. A3.
10-4, go ahead. Truck 36 in service reporter.
21072.
10-4, search.
219 400 service record.
219, service record.
Be on the ramp from 22nd Avenue to South 135. Either 8748. Kansas 043. 9 Avenue, Frank Edward.
219 service record. Ramp 22nd, I-135. 48.
Thank you.
904.
990.
1079, your best friend.
10-4, 1349.
450 Kansas City. 503 floors.
450. 503 reporter.
Medic 34 is taking the bearing.
Medic 34, I'll take the bearing.
So 57 and 70 is shut down for a wreck, correct?
219-28, transect the 2950, 2015 Honda Odyssey, expiring 7-25, London and Lincoln, out of Douglas, Kansas, 1349. And 218, next time.
They said it was shut down at 57th Street on 70.
219,
19-4, 1349.
263, we're not going to agree.
Medic 955 and Rocky KU.
traffic there, but close.
3516 Thomas Square.
10-8 flight, throw back to Troop D, David. 391, Florida.
391.
1039, Troop D.
Department 221. Air 45 13100, Holmes Road. On I-95 will say 4. Number 45 9528 13100, Holmes Road. On I-95 will say 4. Do you know how to go different nights, or do I need to try to figure something out?
Yeah, I've got a couple thoughts in mind. Space on 343, Space on 343,
Did you hear Dad was taking like 35 south? I think you said to Johnson Drive, and then 7.
1019, let's see that traffic on it quickly.
102 Humber 17, truck 2, Medic 18, East 27th Street, Spring Valley Park Road, traffic accident A3. 102 Humber 17, truck 2, Medic 18, East 27th and Spring Valley Park Road, on a traffic accident A3. Yeah, that could work for you too, Mike. If you can get on 35 and go south, then you could, get off at Johnson Drive.